So yeah, I should be live now. So pretty much, we have some information about some of the changes in Street Fighter 6 for Season 3. And one of them involves, I can only imagine, is some kind of attempt to mitigate throw loops to some degree. From what I've heard in the grapevine, apparently if you successfully tech a throw, you get drive back. We don't know what kind of effect that's going to have on the game for sure. But I theorize that this change is going to be disastrous. Because I've had this conversation about throw loops a lot on the internet. And when other people tend to give suggestions about what they should do to change throw loops, somewhere in there, somebody likes to bring up that, like, well, maybe if throw techs were more rewarding for the defender, that would be great. Like, let's do something like, if you get your throw teched, you take damage or something. And the problem with something like a one-sided, like, punishment or benefit to throw techs is that all it would take for me as the offender, let's say I'm the one throw looping you, all I would have to do is slightly delay my throw so that your throw tech will come out first. You will attempt to throw me, and then I will tech your throw. So all of the things that you just said that were supposed to be a punishment for me for messing up my throw loop, suddenly you, the person already on defense in the corner, the one complaining about getting thrown, is now taking damage for successfully teching my throw. So it's like, it's a terrible idea. And I think this is the kind of thing that this change kind of, it's the same philosophy for this change. All I would have to do is delay my throw slightly so that now I can tech your throw while you're in the corner, get drive gauge back, and you're still in the corner. I don't know if that's the only change they made. That's like the noteworthy one. But I've been on this crusade of getting people to shut the fuck up about throw loops, and I don't know, man. I think people are just gonna bitch, and I think the bitching is going to ruin Street Fighter 6 because it scares me that they're even addressing this at all, because I don't think throw loops are a problem. I think the players are the problem. I think the players just don't use the tools that were given to them by the system mechanics of Street Fighter 6 to, like, not get throw looped to death. But it's only because, you know, the options that they are given don't just outright kill their opponent immediately. It's no get out of jail free card, so they just don't want to do it. So I'm going to see what the actual pros or the people who are, like, the analysts of Street Fighter think about the new changes. And maybe they know something more about, like, what else has changed than I do, because that's all I've heard. Starting with Broski.
I'm so glad that I don't have to talk about Twitter gas leaks and reports from the Evo Japan Elena build anymore. And that is because a few days ago, a big embargo lifted on Elena gameplay footage. Before we get started, please make sure you hit that subscribe button. I'm going to be completely honest here. I don't have a whole lot to say about the actual Elena stuff, but I'm going to be mostly focusing on the system mechanic changes that have been pointed out in this new footage and kind of talking about my thoughts on the changes and how it might or might not impact the meta of Season 3. I'm looking forward to trying Elena, but at the same time, until I actually get a chance to see how she functions, just seeing all these moves from the level 7 CPU is kind of lame. Especially because level 7 CPU, all it ever does is mash DI 24/7. It's like the least useful way of demonstrating characters. Alright, here we are. First thing to talk about Right there. Did you guys notice that? So it looks like the gas leaks were true, or at least to some extent the gas leaks were true. The decent parry, the imperfect parry, the subpar parry, whatever you want to call it, the acceptable parry, it is real.
I guess I should cover that as well. So they're changing perfect parry. So now, okay, so first off, there are two different perfect parries. There's the perfect parry that you get when you get the perfect parry timing on something like a projectile. Because like I think a perfect parry is like a 2-frame window. If you hit that 2-frame window on a projectile like a fireball, you get like, your character will have that blue flash. You get like, I think, a drive and a half bar back. And that's kind of it. You just recover immediately. So it's like the closest thing to a third strike parry that you could get. The other perfect parry is when you hit that 2-frame window on like a close range normal, or any kind of normal, or a special move, or anything like that. Like if you're parrying the opponent directly, something that they're doing, you get the slow-mo. And the slow-mo also comes with like damage scaling on whatever your follow-up is. And I think for Season 3, they're changing it so that if you just do the parry input without pressing any directions or anything, you get the projectile parry, where you just flash and you recover instantly. So you get third strike style parries, basically. To get the slow-mo now, you have to correctly block while you're parrying the button that you're trying to parry, because now your parries will now account for whether or not the attack you are parrying is a mid, high, or low, or I guess mids and lows. So if you want to parry a low, if you want to perfect parry a low, you have to press down back while parrying in the 2-frame window. So perfect parry doesn't protect you from everything anymore just by pressing the parry. You now have to actually account high or low. It's essentially what the change is doing.
There's now 2 different tier of perfect parry in the game. So right here, Elena goes for the, this is a meaty overhead. And the other Elena in the corner here, perfect parries it. But I assume they must have been crouch blocking the overhead. So they were blocking in the wrong direction. And that means that although they get a perfect parry, it is an inferior perfect parry. And you'll also notice that when they press jab afterwards, it's not a punish counter. So as well as it not having a big screen freeze, this, I guess, imperfect parry is what I'm calling it for the time being, has significantly more recovery than a screen freeze perfect parry.
Okay,
they might have just missed the punish. It's not clear, but it's definitely got a lot more recovery. So you have to, I think what you have to do basically is option select your button. I think that's going to be the meta, really. When you attempt a perfect parry, you want to like option select like a heavy immediately, the same way that you do right now for projectiles. Flash parry? I don't know. I'll wait for the community to come to some kind of consensus on this. I'm not trying to tell people what to call it. I'll just wait and see what collectively everyone decides is the best way to describe this stuff. But yeah, for the time being, I'm just calling it an imperfect parry. But they do exist, and I'm thankful because I was terrified that I would have to delete that entire video talking about the gas leaks if it turned out they were all completely wrong. But it seems like, at least to some degree, they were correct. Anyway, so that's the first thing to mention. Perfect parry has been nerfed slightly. There is a minor perfect parry nerf in the game. So, this is the one that everyone has been talking about. Throw teching has been buffed. So if you pay attention to the drive gauge over here, now when you tech a throw, watch the drive gauge on the player 2 side, you get back 1 bar of drive. Taking a throw gives you drive gauge now. And also, as well as that, it gives you a bit of super gauge as well. So if you look at, hang on, let me move my fat head out the way so you guys can see this. So look, pay attention to the bottom right gauge this time. You get about, it's not a lot of super, but the defender gets a little bit of super gauge as well as 1 bar of drive if you tech a throw. So this is kind of got a lot of people arguing, as is always the case with the Street Fighter community. Like, we still don't know if throw loops are gone or not, okay? My current assumption is that throw loops are still in the game. Camera is off, that's true. I'm back. I'm still slightly see-through for some reason, but I'm back. The fact that they've made this change, where they've made teching slightly stronger, suggests that throw loops are probably still in the game, but just a little bit weaker. And like I said, there's been a lot of arguing about this, and people saying that actually this is a buff to throws. Because here's the thing. Let me jump back into the game real quick. There is kind of a new mind game here, but it's not a very complicated one, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. Because this now rewards you for being the person who techs the throw and not the person who initiates the throw, you could argue there is now a mind game where the attacking player could intentionally do a delayed throw, which will mean that if the opponent down backs, they'll still get thrown. But if the opponent techs, the person who techs will actually be the throw initiator, and the person attacking will count as the person who teched the throw. So for example, if I do like, and then like delay that throw, if my opponent techs on this delayed throw, I will actually get, as the attacking player, a bar of drive. So some people have said you could argue this actually makes the offensive player in an even stronger position, but I don't really think that's true. Because if you do like a delayed throw here to try and make your throw the one that comes out second, you are opening yourself up to a huge amount of interrupts. Like, if my opponent just mashes jab here, they will counter hit me every single time. Like that. You'd basically be forfeiting your offense for a pretty hard read, and at the end of the day...
Oh my god, why now? Okay, cool. Alright, so, problem with that. While that's true, y'all already don't press buttons on Wake Up anyway. Like, even as is. And, yeah, it's because your buttons will lose the throw, but that hasn't stopped anyone from just, like, holding down back or pressing parry on Wake Up the whole time. So, like, I don't think this really... I think the first part is true. Like, this is only going to make it better for the attacker, because now we have, like, an extra layer of, well, if you're ever going to throw tech, then I'm just going to delay my throw. So either you hold down back and I throw you. You either press parry on Wake Up or I throw you. Or I delay my throw. If you see that nothing's happening, you autopilot throw, and then I tech your throw attempt, get meter, and you're still in the corner. Obviously, there's other possibilities, but the whole reason why we're in this situation where people are complaining about throw loops in the first place is because people aren't using those possibilities. So, yeah, I think I think people are still gonna just get thrown to death. I don't think this changes much.
If you want to build back a load of drive gauge, I would argue that a much better way of building back drive gauge is just to shimmy, because like, yeah, so like if you land the shimmy, you get refunded a lot more than 1 bar of drive anyway. So I think people panicking about how this accidentally makes offense even stronger are wrong. I do think this buffs defense very slightly, but it's hard to gauge this one. Honestly, this change is hard for me to review because all of these changes in isolation are difficult to figure out how they fit into the bigger picture. That's what I'm struggling with right now. I know people probably want me to have a hot take about how, like, this is really good for defense or this is a worthless change or any of that stuff. I think my guess right now is this is a small buff to defense, but not that big of a deal. But again, we need to see how this all fits together, because trying to predict how the metagame is going to shape out when we don't know any of the changes to any of the characters is a recipe for disaster. So, on paper, I think it's probably...
I mean, just based on what we know now, let's say absolutely nothing changes about the characters in the next patch, and we just have this drive tech change, you know? So, like, I agree that this is a very, 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 very small buff. But, like, to just the act of throw teching. But the problem with throw loops is that people just don't want to throw tech. That's kind of it. They just don't want to tech the throws. And it's not because it's not just because that teching the throw doesn't get you anything, but people are afraid of getting shimmied or meatied on wake up. Which is why they're not taking the throws. So, like, their solution is to incentivize people to throw tech more. But, like, I don't know if you can. I think there's more than enough incentive in the game already to do something to get out of the corner, to stop throw loops, but they just don't. Like, there was a Diaphone video that I want to go back to, like a old Diaphone video where he talks about, like, pretty much all the properties of throw loops and how it happens and why people get stuck in them and yada yada yada. And every time people go over all the different options that you have to get out of the throw loop, there's like this weird goalpost moving that always happens where, like, they show a situation where somebody uses the options at your disposal to get out of the throw loop, but, like, they act like all of it is bad. In fact, after this video, I'm going to go to it and show you what I'm talking about, but, like, I don't know. I think the only way, if I agreed with the whole concept of getting rid of throw loops, which I don't, they would have to do something tangible to the effects of throws and teching throws, and not just, like, dangle a carrot on a stick in front of you to actually start using the options. I would have facetiously suggested that, but I don't think that was, like, a real solution.
A move in the right direction. Anything that makes teching throws feel less terrible is good, because right now the thing about teching is that it feels so bad even when you land it. Like, even when you successfully manage to read that your opponent is going to go for a throw, especially in the corner, your reward for making that extremely risky play is that you inflict 0 damage on your opponent, you get no frame advantage, you get no resources, and you're still cornered.
Like, all that shit he just listed, like, this is the argument that we hear all the time against throw loops. Your reward is that you didn't get thrown. I don't know why you would expect to get any of those things for teching a throw. You don't get any of that shit in any other game when you tech a throw. You get exactly what you get out of a throw tech. You tech a throw. Like, this is what I mean. This is the mindset that I'm trying to fight against, where it's like, well, throw teching isn't worth it because you don't get anything out of it. Lies! Like, look how far back they are. They can't do shit to you from this range, except for maybe throw a fireball. You get distance. You get breathing room. Is that not what you want? The point of this is to give you the opportunity to fight your way out of the corner. But people want to get out of jail free card instead. Like, they just want, like, the opponent to just die immediately upon their throws getting teched. Like, no, it's not how it works.
You get no frame advantage, you get no resources, and you're still cornered. Like, that's one of the reasons why throw loops are so obnoxious right now, is that even when you are correct on the tech,
look at the distance.
You still feel like you're basically fucked in the corner.
You are fucked in the corner. You're in the corner. Get out of the corner. This is step 1. This is how you start to fight back. The throw tech isn't supposed to just, like, completely reverse the situation.
corner a lot of the time. So just giving you a little bit of drive, I definitely feel could be like nice. And the other thing is, and this is something that I don't know if people have talked about much, is that drive gauge increase buffs have implications that aren't immediately obvious. So like, for example, if you take a throw in Season 3 and you get back a bar of drive, the effects of getting back that bar of drive might not actually change anything until like 30 seconds later in the match. You might take a throw in Season 3 and then a bunch of stuff happens after that, and then 30 seconds later you land a hit and you go for a kill combo, and you don't realize in that moment that the reason you're able to go for that kill combo is because you have slightly more drive than you would have had in the previous season. It's difficult to point to the moment where the timeline splits, if you know what I mean. So you might not notice that the reason that you suddenly win a round in Season 3 is because of a slight drive increase that happened 20 seconds ago from a throw tech.
This also doesn't account for when you have full drive and you throw tech. You get nothing. Nothing changes if your drive is full. And the reason why, and you know what, that makes a little bit of sense, because like, look at all this drive you have. Why aren't you using this stuff to get out of the corner? Or stopping the throw loop? If you're anticipating a throw, why don't you use your invincible reversals, which every character has access to? Every single character in the game, even Zangief, even the grapplers, the ones that don't have maybe an EX move with invincibility on it, but you all have access to drive reversal. Every character has that. But y'all don't do it. Ever. Because it loses to non-throws. But y'all complain about throw loops. Sure.
So like I said, it's not immediately obvious how this comes into action. I suppose the best comparison is Jamie. So like last season, they buffed Jamie so that all of his drinks, as well as giving him a drink level, they now give him a little bit of drive gauge. And that was probably the single best buff Jamie's ever had. He's still not a super strong character, to be completely honest. But just giving you a little bit of extra drive gauge here and there, it doesn't have flashy immediate implications, but it can often be the difference between winning and losing in the long run. So this one's going to take some time to figure out, basically. And I think anyone telling you that this massively buffs offense or defense or anything is probably not telling the truth. Realistically, I think it's a good change. Is it enough? I don't know. And I think for me, my concern is that this change feels like delayed wake up. In Street Fighter 4 AE 2012, there was a huge pervasive issue in that game with unblockables. Just to take a quick trip down memory lane, there was lots of unblockables. You could do jump-ins that were either unblockable or almost unblockable in Street Fighter 4 AE 2012. And Capcom couldn't really figure out how to fundamentally fix unblockables when they made the next version. So rather than address the core issue, they instead kind of made a kind of ugly change where they added delayed wake up, which did fix unblockables in like, you know, fix in loose terms. But it wasn't a very elegant fix to the fundamental issues that unblockables was stupid. And I kind of feel that way about this change, which is that, yes, this is a nerf to throw loops, but throw loops are still really dumb. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to lean too far in one direction. I'm glad that defense is being buffed a little bit, but I think I have accepted at this point that we are going to be playing a throw loop heavy game for the foreseeable future. But I hope I get proved wrong.
I don't appreciate that he's comparing throw loops to the unblockables in Street Fighter 4. Because, like, that was truly egregious. Not just because it was the same kind of, like, repeating situation that you have to just deal with, but you truly had to just deal with it. Like, there was nothing you could do before they added delayed wake up. Like, yeah, the change was ugly, but literally, the unblockables were not a design decision. That was something that just, it was like a combination of programming oversights that resulted in certain jump-ins being unblockable. It was not intended, and they legitimately just didn't know how to fix it. Not only that, but the game was not designed to allow you to defend against something like that because it was an unintended feature of the game. So, like, to compare that to this, no. Throw loops are in the game because why the fuck should I not be able to throw you in the corner? You know? For what reason do you get to just escape the corner for free because I threw you? That's stupid. That's truly dumb. Right.
There's also some interesting implications to this change in the footage as well. Like, the other thing that we don't know is, like, some other stuff about drive recovery. Like, I'd be really curious to know if teching a throw while you're in burnout also gets you out of burnout slightly faster. That would be interesting, because if it gives you a bar of drive gauge, it should also give you a chunk of burnout timer. If you tech a throw, I'm assuming it does. But there's lots of little stuff like that that could have big implications that aren't immediately obvious. I don't know. I'm caught between two opinions on this one. I'm being a fence sitter, I think, because I can think of a bunch of reasons why this is a good defensive change, and I can also think of a bunch of reasons why this doesn't really fundamentally fix anything. So I'm going to be a fence sitter, I think. I'm going to be a shameless centrist on this one. Also, I guess while we're here, Elena on the screen, we should do the CA. You guys seen her CA? Of all the ways that they could have taken her CA, I did not expect them to make it a huge Captain Tsubasa reference. This kick, follow through, and also the wind up with the leg behind her head. This shot, this is the most blatant Captain Tsubasa reference I've ever seen in my life. It looks good. I didn't think they'd go that direction with Elena, honestly. That's not what I was expecting. Anyway, so yeah, that's the new stuff. I'll keep you guys posted as and when more new information drops. So throw has been slightly nerfed. Perfect parry has been slightly nerfed. Those are the two things that we know for sure. But I need the rest of the picture to figure it out. But let me know what you guys think down in the comments. And I will see you guys all in the next video.
Okay. Well, at least he addressed it. Because maybe it wasn't as unobvious as it was, or as I made it out to be. But, like, still, it's something to consider. Like, this isn't just a buff to people getting throw looped. This is just a buff to throw teching, which both players can do. And, like, in a throw loop situation, you would think that the answer that you would want is something that just helps the defender and not both. You know, like yeah, he acknowledged that there's better ways to get meter, but if my goal is to just throw you over and over anyway, and I just so happen to get a throw tech out of it and extra drive for free, then yeah, I'm gonna keep throwing you. You gave me more incentive to just continuously throw you. So, I don't know. Let's see what Sajum has to say.
Having some coffee, talking about throw loops. It's just another day in the office, you know what I'm saying? What did they show? They showed that throws in Street Fighter this season build you back meter when you throw tech. Guys, I think I know what they did to throws. I don't know if throw loops are gone or not. Look at the drive gauge on player 1, okay? Watch this throw tech. You guys see that? And you build super meter, which is in a pretty important set of changes. It changes the risk reward on throw techs. It's a really, really big swing in how the resources work. You build one whole bar of drive gauge, the person who techs. This gives you an incentive to throw tech now. Because before, I think a lot of people, one thing they'd say about throw tech is like, if I tech a throw, it's 1200 damage that I'm saved. And if I tech and I whiff, then I take 1,000,000 billion damage. So now there's actual value. Not only do you gain a bar of drive gauge back, but you also gain super meter. And a lot of people say like, well, is a thing they'd say about throw tech is like, if I tech a throw, it's 1200 damage that I'm saved. And if I tech and I whiff, then I take 1,000,000,000,000 damage. So now there's actual value. Not only do you gain a bar of drive gauge back, but you also gain super meter. And a lot of people say like, well, is a bar of drive gauge that good? I saw people even saying like, a bar of drive gauge. Do I care about a bar of drive gauge? I mean, I think so, right? Like, isn't a bar of drive gauge pretty huge? You guys are distracted. Okay, I'm undistracting you. You now spend 3 bars to do crouching medium kick drive rush with Ken, and then you try to throw me, and then I tech the throw. You just lost the same amount of meter drive gauge as if someone hit you with a level 3. It's like a swing of 4 total bar. That's a lot. The other thing is it might mean that in the corner, if you throw tech and you gain super or you gain drive gauge, you might have meter to do button into drive rush to get out of the corner. And you might have super gauge to like close out the round later on that you wouldn't have had before, which allows you to defend yourself in burnout better, right? Because you can super through drive impacts. We don't even know if throw loops are in or out of the game or like what is different about throws besides this, but this is a really massive change. One thing that people have brought up, delay teching, and said, well, if I'm the offensive player, can't I just like delay tech and then get the meter for myself? This is the offensive player. They're on player 2 side. And they're the ones that tech the throw here because I dashed in and I teched late. And then you will gain the bar of meter and super gauge as the offensive player. Delay teching is powerful, right? To give you an example, delay tech, this is the same recording. Look, I wake up EXDP. This delay tech was delayed enough that I blocked wake up DP. And not only that, but this recording, as you can see here, even doing wake up, crouching medium kick drive rush, I blocked while still trying to offensively throw tech, right? The thing though is that if I'm doing that, if I wake up buttons, as you can see here, this person still loses their turn because they delay tech. So now you're putting yourself minus in my face. So I could just wake up with buttons when you delay tech. And the other thing is, you know how people say wake up backdash is not like a true answer to throw? If you're doing wake up backdash or wake up jump versus delay teching means that both of those options will be punishes. So if I just jump back in the corner and you delay tech, you just die. If you dash in and you try to delay a throw and I backdash it, then this is just a punish. A delay throw is really strong and it's going to be more useful, but it does have natural counters. If you're putting yourself at minus frames in someone's face by the hopes that you get the throw, that you get the meter, then you're opening yourself up to other options. It incentivizes you to tech more, which people say like, oh, that opens up shimmying as an option more. But if you're trying to bait my throw, that's great for me because that means you're not doing real offense, which means like I can get away with other options more often, right? Like wake up buttons, wake up jump, wake up back, that whatever, right? Whatever the option may be. This makes the offense weaker and have to make decisions in a few more ways because going for a throw loop right now is just strong because there's not a direct counter without teching, which is scary to do, right? Or doing a reversal, which is also scary to do. And in both cases, they get you out, but the reward is not massive, right? Like an EX move costs you 2 bars of drive gauge or a throw tech is free, but you know, you're still in the same sort of position relative, like you're in the corner. or you're wherever, right? Whereas now you're gaining resources by throw teching. Pretty valuable. And if you just keep trying to throw someone over and over and they just keep teching, you're just giving them free drive gauge and giving them free super meter over and over and over. Let's say they have a pixel of drive gauge. You try to throw them because you're like, oh, they're going to try to parry so that they don't get burnt out. And then you go to throw them and they tech your throat. Now they have a bar and some change and now they're not going to get burnt out, right? So even that scenario changes. And button into drive rush into throw becomes so much worse. Like imagine fighting JP or Guile. You do crouching medium kick drive rush, jab into throw, and they tech. You just lost the round. It's over. You're down 4 bars of drive gauge against JP or Guile because they tech to throw mid-screen. That's pretty brutal. I'd be surprised if throw loops were gone just because how powerful this change makes throw tech, especially mid-screen. This is a pretty big buff to defense though, I think, especially because they're already nerfing perfect parry. So they're nerfing strike defense a little bit, but then buffing throw defense. So they've shifted the power level of defense a little bit, which I think it probably needed to happen, right? Strike defense in this game is like way too strong. Parry is like so insanely strong. And strikes were not that powerful to begin with. So buffing throw defense, I think makes a lot more sense. And how often are you just passively teching? It's like constantly. It's not surprising if you tech 2 or 3 throws around or something in like some games, right? That's a lot of meter. I
mean, not very often. Throw loops are a thing. The whole throw loop discourse is surrounded by the fact that people are getting thrown because they're not teching.
Reading people saying that this makes offense better because people are going to want to tech more, and then it means that you're going to get shimmied more. If you're willing to use your brain enough to argue that teching becomes more powerful, first of all, you agree that teching is stronger, right? But second of all, don't you think that means that if you know that people are going to be throw baiting you more often, that you can just do something that's not throw? Even if you think, oh, this is not enough, I should never throw tech. Your opponent is thinking, well, if I try to throw them and they tech, it's really good for them now. I'm going to try to shimmy, which means it's better for you now, right? No? Because like, don't you just get away with mashing or jumping or backdashing and doing other options more often because they're afraid of your throw? How is a buff to defense making defense worse? I'm just like so confused. I don't get it. They gave,
because it's a defensive option that's available to the attacker as well. That's why. Like, it's not strictly a defensive buff. We just described it. Like these are changes that are being made to a very fundamental basic aspect of fighting games, which is throw. It's a part of just the strike, guard, throw triangle that exists in every fighting game. Like the building blocks of a fighting game. That's where the change is at. There's no nuance in this. There's not really much nuance in this whole thing. It's just throws are strong because, like, what the fuck are you gonna do if people are blocking all the time? Strike doesn't work, so you gotta throw them. So if people are holding down back for an eternity, which, let's be fucking honest, that's all you guys are doing, which is why you're getting thrown looped to death. You're either blocking or you're parrying all the fucking time, or doing nothing, which is why you get throw looped. So, like, this change is to get you off your ass and start, like, fucking engaging with your opponent. That's the whole point.
Give you an option that beats throw. It's called tech. Like, let's say that you tech and then you backdash and you do fireball into drive rush, which costs you 1 bar. That's free because you tech to throw. And then you hit them and then you cash out a level 1 to kill them that you only built because you tech to throw. You know what I mean? Like, these things are,
happy birthday,
they'll add up more than you think. I think that this makes a lot more sense than a lot of the other suggestions I saw for throw stuff. It's really powerful. I actually wonder how offense is going to feel in this version of the game, because if doing button into drive rush and then doing a throw and my opponent techs loses me 4 bars of drive gauge, the way people will do stuff in the middle of the screen is going to have to change a lot. Like, the way you spend your resource is going to have to change a lot. I think characters with good hit confirms mid-screen that don't cost you drive gauge are going to be a lot better. With punishment that leads into like the big punish counter, like spin out state, will be a lot better. I think characters who can like poke into moves like EX moves or other combos and not have to spend drive rush will be a lot better because of it. Characters that need to run you over like that are going to like kill themselves on their own offense way more often. If you do button or drive rush or something and then the opponent techs, then you're down a ton of meter, which means the other person's incentivized to attack you and attack your drive gauge because now you're down resources. So it's going to create a lot of like, I just tech to throw, which gave me the advantage to go try to kill you because now your drive gauge is done. And like, you know, people are going to be like scrapping. But again, we don't even know the context of all the system changes, right? Like we don't even know what's going on there. We don't know how throw loops work. We don't know how the other system changes are. We only know a little bit about parries and throws, which is not enough to make like a full change, right? What do you want to happen? Like that's my question. If this isn't enough, how do you want offense to work? Because the game already doesn't naturally have a lot of plus frames. It's got like only drive rush buttons, and some buttons are like +1. So gaining plus frames is pretty hard. What else do you want to happen besides throw and strike and throw baits and like DP baits? Mix? No. You don't. They don't want that. People are mad they're being meaty thrown. You think they want to get hit by overhead low, left, right mix-ups? Come on. They're not adult enough to handle real mix-ups. Why do you think anytime a character in Street Fighter has a remotely good overhead low or left-right mix-up, they just say this is a Marvel character? Because they don't believe in it. They think like this shit doesn't belong in the game. They're already getting pissed. Their old bones are creaking.
Real talk, if it were me, what I would do, I would buff backdash. That's what I would do. I would give backdash like some kind of Fatal Fury, like whatever the fuck those attacks are called, where like, because Fatal Fury has this attack that's like a high and low crush, and it does like this slow-mo zoom in type of thing. If you backdash a throw, it gives you like a Tekken 7, 8 style slow-mo that shows, oh, get fucked. They just backdash the fuck out of your throw, and you get a punish off it. Because, like, backdash isn't necessarily fundamental to the game, or any fighting game. Throws are. Throw teching is. So, like, I just find it weird that, like, because I brought up the whole triangle of fighting games. See, the thing is, within RPS, rock, paper, scissors, right? Like, one thing is supposed to beat another thing, which beats another thing, which beats the other thing. When two people pick the same option, what should happen is an equally mutual response. If two people press strike at the same time, and the strike they chose is the same, like, timing or whatever, if two people press the same button at the same time, you trade. Okay? If two people block at the same time, nothing. Nothing happens. You're both just sitting there like a bunch of dumbasses. If both of you press throw, you get throw tech. So, nothing. Again. It's supposed to be like a neutralizing thing. But now we're in a situation where, depending on who throws first, somebody's going to benefit, even though you both pick the same option. And I find that interesting. I guess that's also true for strikes as well, because that's where, like, whiff punching and shit comes from. But, like, I don't know. I think it's interesting. But I think an equally effective, but possibly a safer change, which may be less interesting, is make backdash like a true throw counter. If you really want to stop throw loops. I don't think people are going to actually do it, even if that change existed. Even if there was something like that where it's like, oh, if you backdash a throw, you're like +7, and you could do basically anything to your opponent for free. People still wouldn't do it. If that was the case, people would be like the drive reversaling or jumping out of the corner or doing all the other fucking shit that you could do to stop a throw that already exists in the game. Anywho, that's my thoughts on that. I hope throw loops are still a thing. I hope they wouldn't do these changes and get rid of throw loops, because that's a lot. I think throw loops are fine. And I say this as a jury player who has the worst throw loop. Like, come on. I think that's only fair. Still.
So, are you streaming, Kale?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to turn you down.
So you're talking to the audience. Okay, got it.
Yeah. I had to turn you down because of the CvS2 noises. All that true love you're making over there. Hey,
Um,
stop making true love over there. The whole internet can hear you. Anywho, time for more poison.
but yeah, I was wondering how I was wondering if the changes they made, do you still feel that the integrity is still intact? 'Cause you did a lot of vetting there.
Yeah, like, yeah. I mean, the integrity is still intact. The changes they actually made are really small. My first
But the
initial
fact that they
reaction
made
was,
them kind of irks you.
um, I I wouldn't even say irk. I wouldn't even go as far as irk. It's just I don't know. It's interesting. I am not fighting beast souls. You can go to hell. Not doing it. I'm not gonna mean it, but I'm definitely gonna accidentally slip into a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh tangent at some point.
But yeah, it brings me great joy that people are just having fun with Capcom vs. SNK 2 and even Street Fighter Alpha 3.
And rival
Got some
schools.
matches in there.
Ah, shit. Uh, wait? Did you ask me a question? I blanked out for a second.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying how much I was saying how much I enjoy like people playing Capcom vs. SNK 2 and Street Fighter Alpha 3.
Ah,
Haven't even tried Project Justice yet.
alright. You should try that right now.
You know, I've never actually played Project Justice. I've only played Rival Schools,
Oh no.
which has Sakura in it.
Project Justice, the console version, kinda has soccer in
What you say?
it. Project Justice, the console version, kinda has soccer in it.
Yeah, but they already had it. They had her completely in Rival Schools,
Yeah, I know.
and then in that game had both Sakura and Hinata before Sakura and Hinata was a thing. They were the OG Sakura and Hinata.
Yeah. Or Sakura and Karin. But yeah, Project Justice is a weird game, but like, it's so good.
I would go for a remaster. Same gameplay, you know, just polished.
Yeah, same ish, same spirit of gameplay, but like, you know, more
Up the
sensible.
polys.
Yeah, it does have old fighting game jank,
Yep.
where a lot of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
You know what was amazing uh, 3D fighting game back in the old janky days. Dead or Alive 1.
No opinion.
You say?
No opinion. Never played DOA 1.
Who the fuck is this random kid?
Full power Magnus. Let's go. Damn.
When do you think they're going to drop off season 3 characters?
Drop them as in release? Fuck.
No, as in like the announce them.
Oh. Summer Games Fest. The week after. How was this? Sure. Let me guess. He's sitting there wondering why he can't search his bullshit. I fucking wonder. Why can't I use my bullshit search card? There's a new mystical elf. Holy shit.
Time to recruit the recruits. We're not ready for that yet.
Ha 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 ha. Mirror Force, he says. Hilarious.
I completely forgot Pokemon XD had Rumble.
Oh yeah, it did.
Is activating your Rumble?
No, I just went to settings. I'm still on the title screen. I guess I should say. I mean, so far it looks like it's working fine.
Nice.
Man, GameCube games are so fucking loud.
There we go.
Tommy's running bundle.
You know what? Give me that. Surely you have another one. No? Hilarious. Maybe it's a bot. Maybe I'm tripping.
Right, I just realized, yeah, with the free Nitro playing at 60 FPS.
Hey.
How do I lower the graphics?
I want to count every polygon.
No, I don't want to do that. If I start streaming with this on, it's like it would probably kill my computer.
Every poly must die. Or is it every
No,
pixel
don't.
must die?
Okay. I was about to say, don't hurt the polys. Poliwag has it rough as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're too good for too long.
He never had it good at all.
For too long.
Man, someone's salty of getting lovely kissed by a Poliwrath in Gen 2.
No, I was, Polytoad. Polytoad shit.
Politoad had it too good for too long.
Yeah.
Polytoad.
Either way, they threw him out the moment Pelipper got drizzled. Yeah, like who cares about Politoad now?
You play Pokemon TCG, Joe?
I collect the cards. I don't actually play the fighting. I have not logged into Pocket at all, though, for a very long time.
Me either.
Nothing from the Gen 6 pack or Gen 7 pack.
It's a Gen 7 pack already?
Yep. That's what I was asking about Salazzles.
Oh, wait, right, that. I did get that Salazzle, but only one copy. I remember that.
Yeah, I got him eventually. They finally fucking have Absol in the game.
Yeah. Hey, Alolan Sandslash.
And he's kind of butt. And Alolan Slash is
Alolan Persian.
okay.
Oh, I'm not gonna battle.
Yeah.
I'm playing this just like how I play actual Pokemon. Hate battles. Well, there's my 2 free rolls. You sank their battleship. Let's go.
Yeah. Sentai 106.
Ah, grid view. Thank you.
Oh, hell no. Heroes. Okay, good.
Okay, let's start it up.
See,
Okay. Guess the game is good audio.
I can hear it.
Not too loud? Alrighty then. I recently found out a bit more of development history for the Ori games. The company that makes them, I didn't know they were what do you call it? Scooped up ex Sony employees.
Huh.
That's probably why it feels so un Nintendo.
Like, this whole beginning reminds me very much of Skies of Arcadia. I would have said, like, Sega employees. This game feels very
I
Sega for me.
I'm not entirely sure what they used to work on, but I could have sworn one of the things they said it was a Legend of the Dragoons people. But like that's too big of a deep dive for me to remember on that.
Dragoon is Sony, so checks out.
all the poor kids who actually thought that they had a salamence at the beginning of the game.
It's right there. Let me have it.
Well, give me a Zigzagoon. Add that to the Eevee, okay. Hyper Voice, straight out the gate, huh?
You think Mr. Professor Man here is just Sakurai?
Hmm.
He looks too designed to not be a reference.
He looks like the Happy Mask salesman.
A little bit.
And wasn't Happy Mask also like the empty statue of Link in Majora's Mask? They were based off Miyamoto, weren't they?
That I wouldn't know. This man had 2 impermanences in his hand. Fuck this guy.
Alright, dude, under the table.
So did these games just not do well? Because that's the only reason
Well-
I think of for them to not have more console adventure Pokemon games.
Oh, God. So, twofold. One, of course they didn't sell well. They were on the GameCube. The GameCube did not sell well. And two, the actual reason, and the biggest load of bullshit ever,
That's always bullshit.
Game Freak doesn't like these games. So they just don't want to acknowledge them.
I mean, fuck Game Freak. Have someone else do it then.
I mean, well, technically they did. That's how these games came about. But,
That's what I'm saying. Do that.
yeah. But I guess they're having some pull. You know, to be perfectly honest, it's seemingly looking like that mindset is changing. Because, well, first of all, the biggest reason that I get a new or a game, Shadow Pokemons are in Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the fact that the most successful Pokemon thing has them in, they kind of have to now acknowledge. But and I mean, there's probably going to be some testing the water for when the GameCube stuff on Switch 2 comes out. Because it's kind of weird that they're pushing those two games. Granted, it's like the only Pokemon games that get pushed on that thing. It's like, yeah, with all the shit going down with Pokemon, who can tell? Maybe they just have somewhere in their office an entire glass case of like break in case of emergency or a 3. Yeah, you know, just like how they did with the Switch.
Remember when a Pokemon release was the sign of joy and excitement?
I remembered Legends Arceus, yes.
Let's sing the whole ass
That actually seems so long ago.
because it was, and we're old.
It was only 3 years ago.
To be fair, those last 3 years have been pretty long.
I guess, yeah. And it just doesn't help. Fucking games only have like 4 months of development time. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You son of a bitch.
Surely you have a third fairy tale Luna.
No.
Watch him not. He doesn't. Fucking weird. I run exactly one copy of all these URs for no reason.
If I put more, it makes us move my feng shui. Hey, oh cool, I could skip dude's stupid TV program.
Okay. Die, I guess.
Though speaking of Pokemon Enjoy announcements, Alcremie looks neat.
I haven't seen it, but saw a clip of these people playing Who's That Pokemon, but with memes. So
Go on.
the picture just was the image of the two astronauts, and the one just pointing the gun at the other, and instead of the Earth, it's just a pile of cream. And the guy got it immediately. He just could not stop laughing. Wait, it's all creamy?
Son of a bitch.
Always has been.
I knew the joke, but just having it like spoken makes it all the better.
It was pretty good.
Surely someone put Jigglypuff scene from above, right?
No, I didn't see the rest of the thing. It was
Ah,
just
okay.
that clip. It was mostly just him dying of laughter because he got it immediately.
I mean, fair enough. It was a good one. Ah, man. Why isn't there an option for faster text?
Options? In a Nintendo game?
This is Pokemon. It's a subsidiary. It's not truly a Nintendo game. And also, they usually have a.
It's a Nintendo exclusive, though. The one thing you most certainly won't have is options.
Oh yeah, apparently there's rumors of an Arxis exclusive fighting game for Nintendo.
There have been rumors that Arxis have been working on something. But a Nintendo exclusive, I wonder.
I mean, if they're really trying to hide it, like it being under Nintendo's watchful eye does give it more sense. Okay, it's the first Pokemon still going to be a Teddy Ursa. It's a Talo.
Oh, it's Taylor. This battle is about to get white hot. That's all this game needs. Just needs an announcer, man.
At least for like the tournament modes.
Yeah. It won't make a lick of sense, but
Did it ever need to? One moment. Real quick. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
you know what? No. No, you can't have that. Fuck you. I've been getting my shit all day. 2 impermanences in your hand. Go to hell. You know what? Double fuck you. You're not going back to the hand. Uh-oh. Back to the deck again. Oh no. Fuck out of here. What is this deck? What am I looking at? This can't be a person. Does this sound like a deck to you? Dino Wrestler Pancratops, Elemental Hero Spirit of Neos, Nadir's Servant, Fallen of Albaz, what did you just drop? Elder Entity Natis, Alpha Master of Beasts, number 97 Dragon, 2 copies of Impermanences, Bestial Magnamut, Destiny Hero Dynatag, Morphing Jar.
You don't know, Kelly. He's playing like 60 chess.
What
His
the
inner machinations are an enigma.
The inner machinations of his mind are an enigma. I do not understand.
Donuts.
I do not. was pretty dumb, sir. Quick effects. Wait. Pause monster clicks and tag. Okay. Interesting.
Riveting gameplay. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yep. Put in some cookies to get baked. The gone should be ready by 10 minutes.
Nice.
Gun cookies.
Chocolate chip, as
Classic.
basic vanilla as you can.
If it ain't broke, right?
Uh, I guess. Or you could be a fighting game player and complain. It's still working.
My throw loops.
Let's be real. It's gaming in general. People in general.
People in general.
Yeah. I don't know what it's like when a gaming was scarcity. When all you had to do was play Sonic and all of his clone games like Arrow the Acrobat.
Let's not pretend that those times were peaceful. That was console war era.
Console war.
There were always console war eras, wasn't it? Haven't there?
Well, yes. But the Sega versus Nintendo shit was the worst of it.
Sega does when Nintendo don't.
Yes, yep. Genesis Dennis is what Nintendo Dennis is.
You shouldn't be able to fuse monsters using cards in your deck. That's stupid. These cards
Here,
don't
here.
exist. What the fuck?
Man, it's so wild hearing how Yu-Gi-Oh works.
It's nonsense.
Yeah, cool, okay.
Fuck out of here.
Huh. Was the menu for the GameCube games always brought up by X or Y? Instead too minute of a detail?
Yeah.
Fair
Most
enough.
RPGs. That's kind of just an RPG thing. Like typically for traditional JRPGs, like getting to the menu is almost never the start button, but like triangle.
And I'm still so like I still kind of get tripped up going back to Pokemon and having to start to bring up the.
Yeah.
So it's weird that this game may have already done that.
The DS games definitely changed that.
Yeah. Granted, they had an actual, extra buttons.
Yeah.
Okay, still a Zangoose. I was hoping they wouldn't change that.
So what exactly is this mod doing?
Yeah. So it's different shadow Pokemon to catch. Over 100 of them to catch. The Pokemon spots have a gigantic amount of diversity in them. This adds the physical special split and fairy types. Pretty much the whole type chart from current gen. More difficult. Oh, infinite TMs. That's another one. Oh, and instead of Alakazam, he's using Manectric. Oh yeah, abilities are updated, I think. You get stuff like Pixelate and Aerialate now. Actually, what is the website for like all the lists of the things? Let's go Special Split, Gen 6 type chart, new Shell Pokemon, new other Pokemon, move abilities from later gens, harder. You can use Bonsai, infinite. And from the looks of it, it seems some of the cutscenes are also skipped. Oh, can't skip that, I guess. All right. Biggest question: what do I evolve the Eevee?
You want an actual answer, or you want a selfish answer?
I'm open to hear all suggestions. I have my preference, but I will take majority vote.
Majority vote, I guess. Umbreon.
Ooh, new abilities. Hold on. Okay, so Umbreon has Filter. Hmm. Bug, Fairy, Fighting? Okay, so it takes less damage from those three. Espeon is Magic Bounce, Flareon is Guts, Jolteon Lightning Rod, Vaporeon Storm Drain. So we got a vote for Umbreon, eh?
Yeah.
I guess that
Alrighty.
makes sense.
Okay. You're not, yeah. I said I was fine with it. No,
Oh, good. You didn't miss nothing.
I didn't have a cell phone until I was like what 22.
Same.
So what is it with y'all's what? Why is everyone just?
Why is everyone just what?
Why does everyone just love Umbreon? Why? What you got? What? Tell me the appeal.
Edgelord.
My favorite Pokemon in general is Jolteon. So
I was about to say, yeah, Jolteon's kind of more of an edgelord Pokemon.
It's spiky. That's about it.
Yeah, but I mean for this fella, it's like his fur is dark. That's it.
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah. Like,
don't
also,
be
like,
making out strays to Jolteon, KO.
What's that?
I don't think
You
he
dealing out
was.
strays to Jolteon for no reason. It's just spiky.
Yeah. What else is there? What's there need to be?
The original, not Pikachu.
That's like Clefairy, Poliwhirl, Raichu. And it's like, yeah, let's be real. Jolteon is just spiky and yellow.
Big back bitches.
Hello.
Can't just go around and call people fat like that, yo.
You slut.
Open the door, Carol.
Man, fucking show up midstream. This guy.
Back. This is your payback. This is your payback for my son was ruined.
Alright, hold on.
Damn near died from that shit last night. Now I was gonna throw up and shit at the same time. That's insane.
Rearranged your guts.
We totally rearranged my guts. Literally, they almost died this morning.
That'll be some insane level.
Oh, God. Give me a second.
Streaming KO.
Yeah. Still streaming.
Oh, never mind. I'll come back later.
Oh,
No, I'll smoke it anyway. So don't worry about it.
yeah, quit smoking. Yeah, don't bring that shit in here.
What do you mean?
You finish that before Kai coming here.
Aqua Jet Krabby?
No smoke, no pancake. Also, what?
Joe, Joe, what game you playing, Joe?
Pokemon XG.
Pocket Man.
Oh, they're playing that Pokemon again.
I don't think I have time.
Playing that damn Pokemon. Like, so you fell to school tonight?
M45.
You're 45?
Select.
Oh.
Don't
Leon.
feel like you ain't playing no Pokemon.
Who, me?
Yep.
What do you mean?
It don't front like you ain't playing no Pokemon.
I ain't played Pokemon since.
What you played?
Which Pokemon did I last play? Oh my god. There's the mobile Pokemon count.
No.
Huh?
There's the Pokemon Go count.
Yes.
That's the last Pokemon I played. That's years ago. That was like 2019. It's the last time I ever touched that game. But before that, it was, I think it was either Ruby. Was it Ruby? wasn't. It wasn't gold.
Advance?
Yeah, ish.
Was it a red cartridge?
I'm trying to think. I don't think it was just Ruby. I think Emerald came after Ruby, right?
It was in that same set, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Emerald was the last one to touch prior to Pokemon Go. I'm not a big fan of Pokemon. I just didn't get into it like everybody else did. The show was fine. I just didn't like the whole trading card game and everything like that. I just didn't get into it like that.
Did you play red, blue, or yellow?
Yes.
Did you play silver or gold?
I've played gold, not silver.
Said you played ruby and
I
emerald.
played Ruby. I played Emerald. Which one more did?
Pokemon?
Huh?
Then you were a fan of Pokemon.
Am I? Was that considered me a fan?
Pretty much played until it's height.
I see.
And you
I
played
see.
Pokemon.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I like Pokemon. I don't hate it or anything. I just didn't. I didn't fanboy like. I didn't take the time out to learn all Pokemon and all kind of shit like that.
Sorry.
I mean, if anything, Chikorita was like probably like my favorite Pokemon outside of Charizard, but outside of
Most
yeah,
of that
outside of Charizard.
Chikorita, man.